All right, it's Saturday. I can't say I've done co-working on a Saturday in a long time, if ever. But I already said yesterday that I had stuff that I wanted to get done, so today is the day. No time like the present. Is that the saying? I don't know. Hopefully, baby boy's gonna be going to sleep soon. Yo Gabba Gabba is trying to convince him to take a nap, and in the meantime, I pretty much left my computer exactly how it was from yesterday. I closed some stuff because I had some extra stuff on my computer, but I closed some stuff and I have like some very targeted goals. I think I was kind of getting into a swing yesterday as far as the research I wanted to do and making sure that I don't want to overdo it on my process, but I do want to set myself up and my future teammates up for success. So, with that being said, yeah, today I'm going to get back into. I was looking at trunk based development yesterday, which is something I'm already familiar with, but just kind of making sure that I understood what all the different aspects were that I might not be considering. And then I also want to look into, because I hadn't started looking into it yet, but I really want to look into feature flags in particular, as a form of the workflow that I'm setting up. So that's something I haven't really done a lot with before. Like I've seen and used feature flags, but I've never really had to set that type of system up. So that's something that will be a little bit more useful for me to get some information out of today. So I'm just gonna try to, see what I can get done. I don't know how long I'm gonna work yet, but I also got like a nice little bonus surprise in I woke up at like 2 o'clock in the morning and my brother was playing the game, and then I'm like, oh hey. He's like, guess what? I got two of these. Hold on. Yeah. So I want to play this today at some point. I don't know when, but that is a goal. So we're gonna have got a little ad break incoming, but in the meantime, yeah, I'm gonna pick up where I left off. So I do have I already have tasks on my Notion board, my to-do list. So I'm kind of picking up with those. And then I also have, this is the guide that I'm really looking at right now, which is called, why is it so zoomed in? It's called CTO levels. Um, so, I mean, the parts about the code I'm a little more familiar with, but there's other aspects that I'm going to get into as well. But I'm kind of going with some of the advice here. Seems good, seems in line. Utility. I'm just gonna say utility. Hello, how's it going? How are you? How's your Saturday? By the way, y'all, if it seemed like I'm getting distracted, I'm not. Well, I might be kind of, sort of, just a little bit. But Repton Tech, like, they already be co-working over there. Dr. T's already co-working over there, and then you know, it's like it's great to have folks in the chat, but also I don't get to see people. So since she got her since they got their stream going over there, I should say, I am yeah, I'm in there. I'm in that chat too. So it means random user in French. Okay, I don't know that much French, but when I was in high school, that was my language of choice. I should go back to it, but I'm really obsessed with Japanese. So I want to learn Japanese so bad. I actually have started, but I haven't really been consistent with my studies. Like I literally got this is sitting right next to me, like all Japanese books. One is this one is to practice writing, and then my Genki workbook and my kanji workbook that's also from Genki, but I don't know, I'm sure I have it, but I don't know off the top of my head right now where my Genki textbook is. But yeah, so I used to like French though. I really love French. I always wanted to go travel abroad, but I still have not left. I still haven't gone overseas, I guess you could say, from the US. So I'm trying to think what I'm gonna do today, because I'm definitely gonna get in a flow after a while, but I made a fresh G Fuel because I'm really drowsy. I've been up all morning actually, but I just started streaming because I was trying to set some stuff up. I was gonna set up my gaming stream before I started, but then I'm just like, I gotta get my capture card out. I gotta open this PS5 that's still sitting in a box. Like, it's a lot. So I'm like, let me just get up here and do my work, because that's what I'm supposed to be doing first, and then I can reward myself after that. But I also want to set up another camera angle for Monday, because I'll be like back to regular co-working on Monday, and I don't mind like how my setup is now, but I think it's nicer for like when I can't show my screen. It's nicer if you can just get like a view of the room instead. So, but that requires me to get some ish together. So I do want to work on that. I know I don't know what y'all got up for the weekend, but besides working today, tu parles français. That's my little fake French accent. Preacher, you probably know French, huh? I assume people that have any type of you said that good. Okay, yeah, I assume people that have any connection with Canada know French. It's funny because I actually have a friend. It's my sister's best friend. She will not freaking talk, like she will not speak French to us at all. I'm kind of getting excited now, but she will not speak French to us at all. And she is French. She is actually French. She was born, well, I shouldn't say she's French, but she's actually Canadian. She was born in Canada. Her mom is, I think it was one of her parents is Canadian. I think might be her mom. But she will not like speak a lick of French to us. It's so annoying to me, because I'm like, you're supposed to help us learn. You're supposed to help us expand our horizons and learn another language. But I forgot her reason why. She's a very eclectic personality, so she probably told me some real crazy off the wall reason why she won't. But I just can't remember now. One thing I'm happy about randomly is that it's been really rainy and gray all week. So I'm proud of myself for like being able to work and have long streams in that environment. But it it's literally like so blue outside right now, and I have the window right behind my desk, so that helps out a lot. Cause your girl definitely been needing some naps. Okay. I'm excited about the fact that it's in order for me to really lean into what I'm trying to do with this setup as far as the trunk based development and whatnot. It's almost like I really need to and have to get the testing set up. And it's funny because I was just talking about this, and we're going to do testing workshops and like more testing content in December for on like metadevgirl.com. So it's like good timing because a lot more of my testing experience is, first of all, I was just saying I want to get back into TDD because I really love TDD um as a practice, and as I would say as a practice, I guess you could say. I love TDD as a practice, but also I really mostly have my testing experience in Java. I ain't gonna lie, my brain shorted out for a hot second, but I did not lose my train of thought all the way. Most of my testing experience, like my extensive testing experience, is in Java, and I don't really write Java anymore. Never really wanted to write Java even in the beginning. Although, fun fact, when I took my backend boot camp, it was in Java. So, Java is like the only language I have had like a formal experience in that I've also worked with. But anyways, this will be. I have no reason not to use JavaScript for the tools that I'm using right now. And my thought process is because we are building something that should be a mostly mobile experience or mobile first experience. As a small team, I'm not going to be like as me, like it just being me right now, and then potentially down the line, pick up a couple developers here and there. I can't maintain two code bases. I can't do that. So I don't think it's practical. So right now, with our mobile app experience, we have the ability to deploy Adalo. We're using Adalo. Have the ability to deploy Adalo directly to Google Play Store, and we also have the ability to deploy it to the iOS App Store. And then we can have a web app version. So as I transition over from using the no code tool into some type of tech stack, I'm leaning towards React and React Native, as opposed to, what's the other one I used before? Flutter. I think I've used Flutter before, but I'm not. I have to look at the comparisons and see. I doubt there's any unique features that we will need that would be supported in Flutter but wouldn't be supported in React Native, just because the ecosystem for React Native is better. Even though Flutter compiles directly to native Android and native iOS code, but other than that, I doubt there's any like mobile features that we need that would be available through Flutter that wouldn't be available through React Native. So I'm leaning towards React Native, and then also that way I can focus on just having JavaScript developers. I can just focus on being a JavaScript developer. But that's kind of some things I've been thinking about as far as like how I want to move forward with this. So I'm gonna build an API integration for the back end of this platform, and that will integrate with Adalo for now. that will help me extend out the capabilities of Adalo without having to fully switch over into, managing an entire stack. But then hopefully my API will still live on into the next iteration. It should. That's the goal. So with all that being said, as I do start the code base, I didn't think about it in that initial moment, like, hey, I'm about to start coding. I didn't think about like, oh yeah, I'm about to start with tests. But at some point I would have been like, oh shoot, I should probably get my tests in the code base. So I'm actually gonna start with tests. But again, I haven't really done as much testing with JavaScript frameworks. I did a lot more testing with Java. So I mean, same concepts, but it'll be cool to learn some different tools and expand my JavaScript. JavaScript is my favorite, and I want to stay in JavaScript land. I actually chose to come out of that team where I was, or out of the company where I really had to focus more on Java. It was a different lifestyle, but for me, it's all about JavaScript and Python. So that's why I'm focusing. The project, I wouldn't call it a project, but it's the startup that we're working on is, you could basically consider it a delivery service, like similar to like a DoorDash type of service. I'll say that much. Yeah, I'll say that much. So we are using like a no-code platform to build out the MVP and to test out the features and make sure we're building like the right features. This is so fun though. It's very interesting to me because one thing that I considered and one thing we considered as a team was using, for example, we're using a DoorDash-like service, DoorDash actually provides an API that allows you to have their delivery service integrated into your own application. Excuse me. And we started down that path, but it's so expensive. The API is so expensive, and it's like, it really depends on what you're trying to deliver, because you have to upcharge so much to compensate for that service. And then on top of that doesn't even count what you might be making as a platform. So with all that being said, I'm excited because that means that I also eventually have to get a lot more into, we will have drivers. We will manage our drivers as far as onboarding, as far as their experience in the app. I have a main app and I have a sister app basically, which is like for the shoppers. And I'm excited about that, like building that platform out long term. But yeah, so it's just random. I probably, I want to make sure that I am not oversharing in a sense, which is a conversation like that I'll definitely be having with the other founders in particular. But I still also want to be as transparent as I can about the process, because like that's the beauty of, for me, that's the beauty of live streaming. Like I could just be working on this stuff right now in like in my own personal space, but I always, my reason for live streaming the code side of things is more so to show how the process can look from person to person. Because I'm a teacher, I teach a lot, so it's like a lot of times my students, they look at me and they're like, oh yeah, you just know everything. It's like, I literally don't know everything. I literally don't know anything. I just know how to find answers. I know how to problem solve and troubleshoot and put things together. And it's hard for people to believe that when you just stand in front of a classroom and you already got your pre-made demo and you literally have line by line exactly what order you're going to type your code in and exactly how you're going to describe what's going on. And they think that's like a real like experience as a developer. And so then when they're struggling, they're like, why am I struggling? My teacher doesn't struggle. And it's like, that's because I struggled for like a week getting this to work perfectly so I could show it to you in a cohesive way. But yeah, so like I'm happy to talk through like thought processes and things like that, because I think it's important and helpful based on what I bring to our live coding community. Flutter might be a good choice instead of React Native. The thing about Flutter is I have to learn a whole new language and a whole new platform. And also the Flutter ecosystem is not as supported as the React Native platform. So I don't know. That's my trade-off, right? Because I have used Flutter before. I found it to be very troublesome. And then it'll be harder for me to recruit developers to work in Flutter versus React Native, because JavaScript versus Dart. Even if I was to recruit like Dart, I think Dart was similar to Java, if I remember correctly. Because I've worked with this before. I really liked Flutter, honestly. It's just, if I'm a solo developer and then I even start bringing in, like a small team, I gotta minimize friction at the same time. And then, yeah, it is primarily a mobile experience, but we also will have to keep the support of having the web app be fully intact with the mobile experience, because right now you can do both. It's exactly the same experience going to the mobile view and going to the app now is basically exactly the same thing, because you just build it once and then it deploys everywhere. So it's interesting. You don't use a Dart language that much when designing. So then what am I going to be using? Is it like a interface? Because either way, I still have to know Dart. Which again, I didn't mind Dart, but from a recruitment standpoint and where I'm located, I would not be trying to recruit Flutter developers because I'm not going to find any at all. I've used Flutter, so I'm familiar with it. I actually have more experience using Flutter than now. It's been a little while because I haven't done it recent, but yeah. So it's like in a perfect world, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll just use Flutter, and that's great. But the things I would be gaining does not necessarily translate into the things that I would be losing as a part of the process. Like, it's like, okay, I'm going to be able to have the two code bases, but I don't care about none of that. All I really care about is that once I write my code, I have the ability to deploy it where it needs to go. Whatever extra I need to do in that process, I'm willing to take on whatever that needs to be, compared to being able to easily contract a developer in, being able to use the experience that I already have. Like, I don't want to be learning this from the ground up and I'm responsible for us building the entire platform. Like, I don't have enough experience to be like, yeah, let's just go and pick a brand new language. And I need to focus on, like, how are we gonna store user data like securely, and avoid any type of cyber like threats to our platform, and how are we gonna manage driver assignments and assigning requests to different drivers and paying all the drivers, and managing like the customer service flow, and it's yeah. So I don't know. So if you building kind of an MVP, yeah, no, I'm not. If I'm not using Firebase, um, I don't think it's cost effective for what we need. Like right now, I don't have to worry about that. Right now, I am building my API. I'm going to have my API deployed, and my API is going to serve as the backend to the Adalo app. So I don't have to worry about that right now. But the whole thing is like right now I need to build an API, because in Adalo we have you do have collections, and collections are, they're nice. That's the native built-in like database system. It's like tabular, relational data. It's SQL like in the storage, but the way that data flows through the application is very, very limited. But what has been effective, I make Lex. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I was saying what has been effective is I have been testing this out in some previous weeks. Using an external collection in Adalo is basically you have to have a REST API. So it does follow the very like core features of having a RESTful service. So as long as you have your service set up in a certain type of way, you can really take advantage of that in the platform. And that's what I've been testing out. So now that I know that I can get all the features that I need, and I know what the design constraints are in order to integrate the API into Adalo, I'm getting ready to start that API, and I have to redo a bunch of the features that's already built in. I have to redo all of that. So basically it's like a refactor, a slight refactor. But that does mean I'm pretty much setting up the beginnings of the code base. And I don't think this is necessarily going to live forever, but I would like for the code base that I'm setting up now, that API, I would like that to really be able to be something that can continue to iterate on, at least for the foreseeable future. Excuse me. So that'll also be in JavaScript. So everything's gonna be JavaScript pretty much at this point. Now when I go ahead and we get that nice investor funding, or we hit our users climb to a level in which I can just hire a whole team, that'll be great. Then I can actually have iOS developers and Android developers, and it'll be fun. But in the meantime, I'm not looking for an API that isn't going to change much. The main thing is, first of all, I do have experience with API development, like long-term API development. It's always gonna change. That's literally the whole point. But my goal is that the API that I start to design now, I can continue to iterate on. That's the whole point. So it should be flexible. And a REST API can be flexible, but a lot of people don't actually follow the right standards and follow the spec. Or think about things like versioning in your API. And that's a big deal that a lot of people skip over. Like, you have all your endpoints, but you don't have versioning on your endpoints. So if you need to change your endpoint, you don't have backwards compatibility because that endpoint is like, you either have to make a new one, or you really can't make a new one, because if it's RESTful, then it should be based off the resource name. And if the resource name didn't change, then the API, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of people don't actually plan out how the API is supposed to be structured that will make it easier to maintain in the long run. I worked on a vehicle connectivity platform, so it's like worked on both ends of the platform, but I started out on literally on the API team, which I learned a lot from that experience too, because I'm, it's no shade to anybody, because the things that I'm saying as far as like the things that you don't think about when you first start building an API, I've been there, I've done that. And when I went into that experience where it was like, we are building a platform that has to scale. We know from the beginning that it has to scale. We do not have the time to have to go and rebuild from the ground up, because that was a platform that was Ford was the main customer, because the startup was acquired by Ford as a subsidiary. So we already know from the get-go, Ford has to migrate over all of their vehicle connectivity onto our platform, right? So knowing that, even when we were building from the beginning, we had to think about certain things like, how do we build auth into the API? How do we serve the right type of error messages that are helpful but also don't expose us to malicious users? And how do you have the ability to version in your API so that you can make changes to things without breaking backwards compatibility? That those APIs were designed for mobile developers, so those APIs were designed such that the developers that were building the mobile app, that you'll have on your phone to interact with your vehicle, those developers need to have an abstraction away from communicating with the vehicle. So that was like one of my favorite experiences out of everything I ever did, because that definitely changed my mindset. But so I feel confident in the potential of iterating on the API. But I think it's funny because it's like, I've been testing and doing POCs instead of jumping in and just starting to build something immediately. And if I would have just jumped in and built something off the assumptions that I had on how my API needed to be, I would be constantly ripping it up and starting over and starting over and starting over. So I'm trying to, it's not something I can necessarily avoid completely, but I'm doing my best to be thoughtful about that process, because otherwise, why would I be in a CTO role? Why wouldn't I just be like a developer picking up tickets? Like, I have to think about the future of what we are trying to do, because I mean, if we get like a whole blow up of users, or we get investment or whatever, then it's like, yeah, that I want to be ready to go. I don't want to be sitting here with like the most fucking glued together, taped together piece of platform talking about, yeah, as soon as we let people on, that mug fell over at like 1,000 users, 10,000 users. Like, no. I am on LinkedIn. Yes. Actually, I think you can possibly, I keep changing my keyboard over. Hold on, let's see. Did it work? Yeah, okay. Y'all can connect with me on LinkedIn for sure. If you connect on LinkedIn, please let me know like what your username is or whatever. Like, oh, I'm on Twitch and I'm so and so, because I do not it'd be so hard to figure out. But yeah, I'm definitely on LinkedIn. I highly recommend, if you want to connect, feel free. But yeah, so the trunk-based development is the goal for me right now, but feature flags is something that will be interesting. And that's a part of that, process of being able to iterate and being able to scale as well. I found this resource to be really, really insightful. It's called CTO levels. So for me, in the thought process I have right now, like, it's very difficult, not difficult, but it's different. And it's a very like unique type of experience if you're working on the startup in the early stage of launching the startup, versus if you come into an organization that's already existing. So there's a lot of things I need to focus on. There's a lot of things I need to know, but not everything is priority right now. So I understand that and recognize that. But then just wanting to, go and find other resources and things that can help me like see like what's the ideal areas that I want to target right now. So anyway, CTO levels literally is exactly that in like a document format, a framework. So this is something that I'm kind of going through right now and getting some more insight to just spur on the thought process that I have, and where some of the things that I'm worried about right now might fit. I'm also grateful that I have the right type of community and support, in the sense that I know I have, direct mentors and colleagues that have the right experience for me to be able to talk to them about a lot of the things that I'm working on. But still, at the same time, there's the personal growth, which is what I'm most excited about. So this is nice, because it's like, okay, well, if you, depending on which level you are in your startup phase, they have core categories, and this is CTO specific, but they have core categories, and then for each category they have like a specific area of focus for your level. So like, for example, with the very beginning, when you're looking at your code, making sure you have your code version controlled, which is like, okay, duh, I know that. But this has already been really helpful, because they talked about feature flags, which is not something that I would have necessarily thought of off the top. But it is something that is nice to have a thought process of in the beginning, because I already have the issue of like managing features and having to think about how to manage the features. So yeah, that's one thing I'm going to be looking more into. And then the other levels, or the other blocks that I'm looking at on this level right now, are unblocking strategy, future proofing with the tech stack, and then options and decisions. So I'm working through a bunch of these right now, just to help me lay the foundation that I'm looking for. But I like these because it's really concise, and it kind of like helps me organize my thoughts in what I'm trying to work on, or where I'm trying to focus and what I'm trying to nail down at this point. We're planning to do beta testing at the beginning of the year. So considering that we are doing beta testing at the beginning of the year, yeah, I'm like about to be head down for the next couple months, making sure that this work gets done. All right, so I already did this. I am looking for, let's go back to this website. No, this is the well, I guess I didn't finish reading this one. Did I? Oh, I did. Yeah, I'm done with that one. Okay. And then I am organizing my thoughts. Where's my Notion? Here it is. This resource is their actual site, ctolevels.notion.site. You can you can see the entire framework and actually go through the different levels of the framework as well. And then I'm looking at trunk-based development right now. So I just went for a post from Circle CI and Atlassian just to give me like an overview, brief summary. But now they have a trunkbaseddevelopment.com. And I was like, oh, that's kind of nice. So I'm going to spend some time here. I'll probably end up in I'll probably end up in on a testing. Hold on, they got a TDD site like this too. Because testing is gonna be a big thing. I'm gonna start tests before I'm definitely gonna be doing TDD. So, I have to also set up the CI and CD. Not nothing, you know, too expansive, but I am going to make sure I have some type of CI CD set up to run automatic tests and stuff like that. So that'll start to like give me the peek into that. But then as I start the code base, I have a strong preference and bias towards TDD. So I will be taking that approach. There is a Detroit school of TDD. Wow, I didn't know that. I am in Detroit, by the way, so that's funny to me. We have some hardcore in the goodest, in the best way I could be saying that, but we have some hardcore TDD and pairing orgs here, which is where I got my experience. You know what? Let me pause for a second because I haven't used Fast API yet. It's Python based, but this is something that I'm going to be exploring more on in my Python work. But yeah, it would be interesting if there's some other approach I could take to building my API that does not require me literally writing it from the ground up. I haven't used Nest before. I haven't really used any of these except Express, which is what I was most likely going to be using. But like Express is straightforward, you know. I haven't looked at Passport in a long time. I don't know if y'all can hear baby boy crying. He needs to take a nap, so I'm not about to save him. Did I close that TDD site? Oh, it's right here. I was just hoping they had like something JavaScript based. Everything is. There's some JavaScript sites that I can't like I can think of the actual platforms, but I can't think of the names of them that have like you know, more advanced courses. Like, where the JavaScript people at? Oh, that's my that's my timer. I did like educative at one point in time. Let's see, I'm just trying to figure out like how I should search for it to find what I'm looking for. You know what? Let's go to the Java state of JavaScript, because I know the state of JavaScript had a they had some resources in the result. They asked a question about learning resources. Blogs and magazines. Okay, here we go. Front End Masters. I think that's the one I was thinking about. An Egghead. Fireship has a website, right? Not sure why it was going. I like Fireship. Fireship, on his channel, he usually talks about JavaScript stuff too. All right, let me. Oh, this. I don't want this long ass break. Yeah. I mean, I did want a break. I just didn't want those. That was my long break, I'm sure.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Scott Moss, and welcome to Intro to Next.js. In this course, we're going to cover everything you need to know to get started with the latest version of Next.js. Some of the newer features that have come to the scene are pages, layouts, server components, client components, server actions. Honestly, there's just so many to list. I can't wait for you to dive in and check it out yourself. I know by the end of this course, you're going to have a strong foundation in which you can leverage to become a Next.js expert. Next.js as a framework is really just about combining a bunch of conventions that do things for you automatically, where it's supposed to feel magical. Some people like that magical feeling. Some people don't like that magical feeling. I personally like the magical feeling when I know what it's doing and I know what the alternative is. So one of the magical things that they do is that they just hook up the router for you. So you don't have to go figure out and download or even configure a router. You just make files and folders and it's done. So how does that work? Well, it's all based off the file system and the structure inside of our app directory. So basically every single folder that you make in the app directory is going to correspond to a different segment in your router for your app. So an example would be if we had, /app and then we had /dashboard and then /settings. That's going to make a route for our website.com/dashboard/settings. And then to actually create a page that loads up on that segment, all we have to do is create a page component. So a page.js or page.
I think this is just like a chunk out of the course. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break for water and stuff, and I'll be right back. I was not trying to do that. I keep doing that every time. Yeah, I didn't turn the music off. Okay. So but yeah, I just want us to kind of go into this phase, whether you're new to your career or whether you are transitioning, it doesn't matter. Just going into this next phase where you can keep in mind some being having a sustainable pace, and being able to keep up with the industry, and expanding your problem solving abilities. Those are really really important for us. Expanding our soft skills and exploring new areas of specialization as well. So for me, I am exploring a new area of specialization basically. So I'm taking the same fundamental elements that I have from my career in um, software in general, and I'm applying that over to AI and machine learning, but I'm also, branching out and learning more things. So that's just kind of where I am at this point, and I know a lot of people are in a similar state. So there are some practical things that you can think about when it comes to like just embracing the continuous learning that is a part of, the software development journey. And one thing that can be really effective is just having a dedicated time for learning. Um, so setting aside some time, whether it's regularly each week, where you can like look into new technologies, take courses, work on personal projects, etc. In our minds, I feel like we always have it's like, yes, I'm going to work on this in theory. But in reality, what ends up happening is, life gets in the way, work gets in the way, um, and you you'll find sometimes that you might be lacking or falling behind in particular areas that is important to you because you're not setting the time for it. So one way that I'm doing this right now, I have 100 days of code live streams. It's not just enough for me personally. It's not just enough to have 100 days of code, right? Because I know that even though I might say I'm going to have this time, um, other things will happen, and by the end of the day I'll be so tired I won't even get anything done. So for me, I add the extra layer. Not only am I doing this 100 days of code, to kind of reset myself, but I also have my live streams, which is my way of holding myself accountable as well, because people know I'm supposed to show up for those, right? um, and this time around, I did also ask if people wanted to go about that journey with me, and that's really helpful. I'm really excited about that part because um, it makes a big difference for me to be able to do things in community and have like a little bit of a support group again for the accountability, but also for just giving each other encouragement and things like that. So if you have to set a time on your calendar, and then like I recommend the bonus of, not just having the time frame, but having somebody else who is going to help you remember that that's the thing that you're supposed to be doing, right? They're going to ask you about it and things. So I'm pretty good as far as in my friend group. I have a lot of people I can rely on for those types of things. If I tell them I set a goal, they'll check in with me, and we kind of continue to push each other forward in that way. And so, to that point, learning from others is so crucial, so crucial. Um, so there's different ways you could do this. I guess I'm trying to think how I want to shape it. Like when I first got started, and again, I've been trying to take what I did at the beginning of my journey and reapply it now because so many of those things are really crucial and fundamental, regardless of the fact that I've been doing this for what, 7, 8 years now. I don't know. um, Engaging with the developer community. Now it's like there's so many different ways we could do that online. We have, you know, Twitch streams and YouTube channels, but then you also have meetups and conferences and all these other things that allows you to be in community, have different interactions, share knowledge, collaborate, network, all those good things. So again, when I first got started in tech, my my big thing was meetups, right? Like I was that person that was at every single meetup, every tech meetup, even before I started coding. I was a person who actually hosted and coordinated with a lot of meetup organizers. So a lot of people would come to the place that I worked to host their events. So I would work with the organizers, help them get everything set up, and then I will also always be the person that welcomed everyone that was coming to the event, to the actual location itself. And then I would sit in on all these different events. That's actually even how I got back into coding, because I sat in on a coding event and I'm like, this, like, it just hit different for me that time, even though it was not my first time um, taking a programming class. I actually took a programming class in college and it sucked. And I was like, I would never do this again. So that's been a game changer for me. It was a difference maker because that one class actually changed the whole trajectory of what I'm doing now, almost like 10 years later. So those are very important. And we are getting back to a time where a lot of things are, it's more things happening in person again. So like I've been getting back into conferences and things like that. So I think those are very, very, very important. You have different Discord communities, Slack communities, and things of that nature. So you can find meetup groups or user groups around particular technologies or languages that you're familiar with, or even tools and technologies that you want to become more familiar with, right? So I highly recommend that, especially. And then, just the idea of deliberate practice. So you want to set specific goals for yourself and break it down into manageable tasks. Okay. Um, it's one thing to make a goal, but if you don't like give yourself digestible chunks, it can be overwhelming, and a lot of times it can be hard to actually achieve that goal because you don't know the particular steps that you need to take in order to do to follow through. So yeah, like I'll just use examples from my life because that can be helpful. Like I said, with 100 Days of Code, what I chose to do for 100 Days of Code was not give myself too much to think about, not give myself, just give myself parameters and structure and something that's easy for me to follow so I can focus all my mental energy on acquiring the skills that I'm interested in and breaking it down. So for me, it's day by day. And then in addition to, the courses that I chose to follow, at the very beginning, I think I chose like 5 or 6 big goals that I will focus on, right? So I have like um, short term goals, and then I have a milestone. And then I have another short term goal, and then a milestone, and all like maybe 5 or 6 things that's all building up to this one big goal, which is for me to, become a machine learning engineer. So yeah, there's different ways you can approach it. Like I also have a lot of experience in leadership roles and things of that nature. And when I have been in different leadership roles, I've gotten a lot of training on how to develop goals and things of that nature, and also more experience about like organizational goals, like nonprofits and things of that nature. Like how do we break down our goals for the year and how do we accomplish them? So I think that a lot of that definitely helped me, and I'm naturally a goal setter type of person. But even if you are not, there's different frameworks that you can use that will help you approach goal setting. So, I like the idea of SMART goals, SMART. Those can, like, if you look up the SMART goals framework, that can be very helpful as well. Or you can find a framework that actually, that you identify with. Just making sure that, again, you're taking those big goals and you're breaking them down into digestible tasks. So like whenever you do have some free time and you sit down to do something, it's easier for you to sit down and be like, oh, okay, this is what I'm going to do today. So you have to think about it from that perspective. So that is the goal setting side of things. And then you know, when it comes to making sure that you have deliberate practice, that's what really is going to allow you to zone in on the areas that you want to improve in. So say you want to improve in algorithms or testing or design patterns, if you break down those skills into something that's smaller and more manageable, then you can master them over time. But when you just keep everything as one big general chunk, it's really, really difficult at that time, at that point. Um, and so
Well, that's, I don't want to cut the thought off.
it's also worth covering that. Of course, we are expected to learn a lot of technical concepts. That's true, but you also
Okay.
want to think about the fact that
The importance of continuous learning. That was random. I need to probably go back and watch it, but I was like, oh, that was an older episode I did for the podcast 4 months ago. So if you want to listen more, feel free to everything's on YouTube. youtube.com/@metadevgirl, and you can find the Crawl Walk Run podcast on there. All right. I'm very drowsy. It sucks. But I also have I have actually teed up like my G Fuel and stuff. I just haven't really drank it yet. I'm about to just kind of go all in and do a chug because your girl got to get some work done, and I feel like I'm really tired. um, and I don't got time for that. So then I'm gonna get into this site, and then I'm gonna go into feature flags. Um, and I'm gonna read the continuous integration section too. I probably read a lot of this, but right now I do definitely want to focus on a couple key areas. Oh man. I feel like I'm getting distracted. I'm not though. I have to respond to some LinkedIn messages though. I got a side quest, which is really a main quest in my life right now. So I saw that the company or group, organization, team that created the project planning board, the project planning board that I use, and they also have some really good resources for study skills and things like that, managing life as a student. But they have a new board, and since I'm getting back into studying on Monday, I want to look this up. Notion extended brain. Here it is. Because this is supposed to be like a more in-depth version of the one that I have. I just am sad if I'm gonna have to if I'm gonna have to migrate over. I think this is the site where you can buy the stuff, yeah. Wait, where's the rest of their they have more items. So this is the project planner I have right now. I was gonna upgrade to the student workspace, but they have the extended brain now, which is like really, really nice. Study Quest is more of a course. Yeah, so this is the actual template. I wonder, is this a different Discord or is this the Cajun Koi Discord? All right. I'm gonna have to get that and set it up. Oh, this is calling another function. Okay. Right. They need to have this in the configuration. Okay, so excuse me. You have a feature config. Whatever feature name. Wait, where's that goes there? Yep, so this is all part of return. Feature is enabled, feature name, return, feature config, feature name. Okay, so this is going to, you can have the router, and then when you use the router, you have a set feature, pass the name, and then this is a boolean. So it'll either be set to true or false based off of the value. So router, toggle router dot set feature, and call those values, and then also feature dot feature is enabled, and then you pass the feature name, and it should return either true or false. So then here they can create the toggle router. So now toggle router has set feature, and then feature is enabled for that instance. Then simulation engine is equal to create simulation engine, pass the router, pass the router to the original. That's probably referring to the implementation. Given when, then toggle router, that's the feature. Here's the feature. It's set to false. So when you run simulation engine, it should return different implementation results. I feel like a real grown-up engineer for real. Like, it's like I'm trying to read and focus, but I'm also just like, imagine 5 years ago, I would be like, what are they talking about? Huh? Like, it's easy to follow, but also it's still, this is like more high level than a lot of articles that I've read. But I actually am like grateful for how this is set up. Yes, this is. This is the kind of stuff I want to read about now. It's more like architecture and platform decisions. This is probably an approach that I would think to do. Oh no, I like this idea. So if you have a router for the feature flag, if it's environment specific, it can only be turned on in different, like prod versus staging versus dev, but a UI or a per request could actually allow you to enable and disable it for different users. Even this admin UI, that's assuming the user had to have some type of elevated permissions in some way. But like a general user, being able to turn it on for general users, this would probably be a better option. The toggle context is somewhere else in here that it talks about that, so. All right. What am I looking at? This is a lot. Or too big for my page, I should say. I want to see everything. Okay. Several toggle points for the same feature use a single toggle router to determine their state. These are different approaches. Per request. Yeah, like a flexibility. Okay, that's cool. They're going to talk about this. The team particularly appreciates that this allows. He even talks about canaries. That's nice. I think that's a books folder. Yeah. Oh, highest paid person's opinion. Okay. Wait, when is the Nest? Is it Nest or Next? It's a conference coming up. Hold on. Pause. It's on my calendar. Is this? Oh, I'm in the wrong month. I was about to say it's definitely this month. The next JS conference is on Thursday. Okay. Break time, break time. I'm trying to think how. This is supposed to be my long break. I'm gonna peruse through the rest of these, even though I need to take a break. I just want to see. See, that's what I'm talking about. Now all of a sudden, it opened up the whole. It opened up the whole thing inside of Notion. This is what I've been trying to get it to do for like. At least I was trying to get it to do this yesterday, and it wasn't working. I guess. So then this is mine. Yeah, this is just that page. Okay.
We take a look at the
All right, let's see what's on my watch later. Always got good stuff on here. Sort it. Yeah, this way. Wait. No list. What's happening? It's not sorting. There it is. Michelle? Yes, I think. I hope I got that right. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's do something fun. So I've been wanting to build a Raspberry Pi project for a minute. I want to build something AI though. This one is about AI Raspberry Pi projects. This is Arduino. This is a specific project. Let's look at the list.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our channel. In this video, we'll discuss some machine learning project ideas. So, let's get started. Number 12. Operating a drone requires some skill and regular practice, but if you don't have that much time, then you could take some help from this project. Here, Murtaza shows how he controls a drone using his body movement. He used a PID controller that maps the body's position into coordinates. As he moves, the coordinates get changed from the neutral position, and accordingly, the drone follows the new coordinates. In this way, the drone always follows the body movements, while maintaining a certain safe distance from the body. Number 11. No need to spend your hard-earned money on home automation devices because all you need is a microcontroller board and regular sunglasses to control various appliances at your home. Yup, you heard it right. Nick attached a camera at the front of his glasses that streams the video to the Jetson Nano. Using this, he just looks at the object he wants to control, makes a gesture, and voila, the task is completed. The objects and gestures are identified using a 2-layer neural network, which triggers certain objects like opening and closing the lights. Number 10. If you've not got gaming skills and missed the targets most of the time, then this project can be a great hack. Kamal made a pixel scanning aimbot that can easily detect targets based on the colors of the screen. In order to make it undetectable by the game software, he made a physical setup in which he added 4 omnidirectional wheels to his mouse. With this, the bot can move easily in any direction. He trained the model for 2 or 3 days, and after that, the aimbot was aiming better than most of the pro players. Number 9. With the evolution of artificial intelligence, the way of solving problems has also evolved. One such project based on it is the way to measure temperature. It uses an RGB and infrared camera to measure the temperature of the objects in real time. On the left side of the screen, you could see the objects and their temperature using the RGB camera, while the infrared camera gives a visual representation of the object's hotness. The hot objects can be identified with red color and the cold objects with blue color. Number 8. If you're into archery, then you might know how hard it is to hit a bullseye. It requires patience, dedication, and a lot of practice. But this aimbot can do that pretty easily. The archery bot controls the bow angle of attack using Metal Gear motors. A stepper motor pulls the string and arrow back, and a servo releases the bow to shoot. Using an Intel RealSense depth camera, the color and depth of a target are identified.
You can build this for the zombie apocalypse.
Using this data, the initial angle and the velocity of the arrow are calculated. Altium's a PCB design software that's both powerful and easy to use. With its intuitive interface and comprehensive set of features, Altium Designer makes it easy to create high-quality PCB designs. And with all new Altium 365, now you can share your PCB designs with anyone from anywhere with a single click. With Octopart, you can get real-time component insights as you design your PCB in Altium. Check the description for more details. Number 7. In the above discussed drone project, the drone was controlled using body movement. and you can't do some quick actions using that. For example, flipping a drone like this.
Anthony writes
To
code.
make
Thank
this
you
happen,
for the
you can learn
raid.
how to operate it using
Welcome
hand
in,
gestures.
everybody.
In this project, Murtaza added some safety features.
I'm
to
on
control,
a
like the drone can be
I'm on a
operated
working
only
break,
when
so
a face is detected and the left hand is used to make
I'm looking for a
gestures.
project. Looking for a Raspberry Pi themed AI project to work on. I don't know where they went, but I have like literally at least 5 Raspberry Pis right now that are like in the box still. I got a Candy kit that's still in the box, and I have a Google. What's it called? I can't find my speaker. It was like a Google speaker assistant kit that they had made. So yeah, all of that is I'm like I'll just like kind of browse for projects when I'm on the break. But today I'm just working on pretty much working on setting up a good developer flow for a startup that I'm working with. And I've just been reading about feature flags, how to implement feature flags in the system, and a little bit about trunk-based development. And then what else was I reading about? I guess we'll see how far I get after that. Oh, I want to look into testing. Because I'll be using more so JavaScript, and I have more experience with testing in Java, so I have to kind of branch out into some JavaScript frameworks. But all of this is so I can start to develop a REST API that can integrate with a no-code platform that I'm using. So hopefully, I don't know if that's interesting, if you like JavaScript or Python or AI ML stuff. And that's pretty much all I talk about. And then we do have some workshops and classes here as well occasionally. So welcome in, everybody. I haven't recently been doing Saturdays, and now I'm like, I need to start doing Saturdays again. But Anthony writes code. Thank you again. I hope your stream went well. I'm kind of get a little nosy. Is this? Oh, where's your VOD? No VODs. No VODs. Does it even tell me what you were working on? Packaging Python and working on OCR things.
Also, the hand must be present inside a specific box. If these conditions are not met, the drone will not operate.
I did think about doing a drone project. Then I was like, but wait,
if you want
drones already have auto file. Okay, here's the thing. The people that's like OGs would know that like I used to do a lot of Sims streaming, and one of the things that I did a lot of like modded Sims, but one of the things that I almost always had the live streaming drone in my Sims game. Like usually my Sim was always like a content creator. All my Sims are damn near me in like different iterations of me and how I could imagine my life being. But I always got the live streaming drone, so I was thinking about making a project, because technically now, you know, there are drones that has that feature, but it would be kind of fun if I could
make a live streaming drone that can like follow me around the house while I'm live streaming. That's how my Sims used to. That's how my Sims used to get their follows up when they were doing their streaming career. Wait, do I have Sims on here? I think I do. I don't know if it's gonna run. Origin is not installed. I was gonna show it. Boo. But yeah, so I was thinking about that. I never did anything with a drone before, though. I think it could be fun.
That could be a great help. Samuel attached a microcontroller to his table tennis bat, and with the motion trainer, he trained the model to identify different types of shots. It even tells whether you're playing a particular shot properly or not. It's impressive how he managed to place the components compactly over the bat that does not create any hindrance while playing. Number 5. If you're a diehard fan of the Harry Potter series and want to relive the experience,
oh
then
my
we have
god,
something
I would
magical for you.
absolutely do this.
When you draw certain letters in the air with this wand, it'll perform some activity. Like drawing the letter A represents Alohomora, which opens up a box.
I would
The tip of the
definitely
wand
do
has an
this.
infrared LED.
I'm such a
night
fucking
vision
nerd,
camera
bro.
captures these movements and streams the video to Raspberry Pi. The patterns are recognized by machine learning models, and using Raspberry Pi, the tasks are performed.
Okay, so here's the thing. If there is a sensor on the actual wand, then you don't need the camera. You just need the sensor data to know what the orientation is. And ooh, I'm such a nerd. I'm sorry. I'm like that person. I would definitely be like, pull out a wand and like turn the lights on. I have big boards, but I have little boards too. And I have a Pi Zero 1.3, a W. The W is probably the way to go, right? Because it's wireless. Let me see something. I don't know the capabilities. Pi Zero W. That would be the best thing I've ever done in my entire life. Besides my son, probably. I can't, put nothing above him, but that would be like my single greatest achievement, feat, accomplishment, contribution to mankind. Making a real wand. I need an accelerometer though. And Bluetooth or wireless. Okay, so we got that board. Hmm. Adafruit. Let's see what Adafruit has. This will literally be the most fun thing I came up with in a long time. That's tiny. It's not bad. Let me see. Yeah, see? It's little. Pie my life up. Okay, I love this idea. What? Let me see what else got it. Thank you. Hardware. I also want to try the Pi 5, but I'm like, how I'm gonna buy another freaking Raspberry Pi when I have like 20 of them sitting here? Personal computer, Pico. Pi 0. How long is my break? Alright, cameras and displays. And the thing is, just really roughly thinking off the top of my head, hypothetically, because I've been wanting to try applying non-vision data to some computer vision applications. Anything you can visualize the data of, and the visual representation of the data is representative of the actual information that you'll possibly predict from the model. If you can do that, if the visuals make sense, you can use computer vision. So if I have accelerometer data, hypothetically, like a visual graph of that data maybe could be like a computer vision thing. I could completely be making that up, but that could also not be making that up. You never know until you try. Startup Me, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's see. Raspberry Pi TV Sense. A multi-sensor add-on board. Did it open? Humidity. Oh, there's the accelerometer, gyroscope. Ooh, I don't really need it to have. I don't necessarily need it to have all this though. Like the LEDs are not necessary in this case. Ethernet. Digital audio output. I'm just looking for some stuff for a side project right now, and my idea was, well, I saw this, I was watching this list. They had a this is so random, but they had like a Harry Potter wand, but this project is based off of having to have a camera that is tracking the tracking the movement of the wand. But if I can have a gyroscope or an accelerometer on the wand, then I should be able to actually just track the motion of it, which is more similar to this project. Where is it? The one with it was one where he trained paddle, what's it called? Ping pong paddle. Hand gestures. Where's the ping pong? Archery. Aimbot. Wait, there was one. Not shades. Not the body following drone. Physical aimbot. AI thermometer. Archery robot. Ad. Hand gesture drone. Oh, here it is. Smart table tennis. So basically a combination of these
it even
two.
Tells whether you're playing a particular shot properly or not. It's impressive how he managed to place the component's controller to his table tennis bat. If you want to improve your playing style and check whether your form is good or bad, then this project could be a great help. Samuel attached a microcontroller to his table tennis bat, and with the motion trainer, he trained the model to identify different types of shots. It even tells whether you're playing a particular shot properly or not. It's impressive how he managed to place the component.
Yeah, so a combination of that one and where is it? This one.
If you're a diehard fan of the Harry Potter series and want to relive the experience, then we have something magical for you. When you draw certain letters in the air with
Man,
this
if I
wand,
make one of those, Disney about to wait, is it Disney? Universal Studios. You know, they got Harry Potter World. I think it's Universal. I can't remember. I've been before though. They got an actual Harry Potter like world, and then they have wands, but you would like have to point them at certain spots in the park and it does stuff, but it's like not really that interesting. But if I made like a real wand, they could pay me, you know. Project was a sensor with an accelerometer. If it moved the z-axis too much in a short period of time, it will send its coordinates to a database. Map road defects and schedule maintenance. That sounds really good, because you know I live in Michigan, and potholes are like the bane of our existence. So yeah, that sounds like something we could absolutely benefit from and add on to the Uber app. So it's that project, and then the other project I was looking at, I in The Sims, and I was gonna pull it up, but I can't. But in The Sims, when I used to play Sims a lot, I always had the live streaming drone. My sim always had a live streaming drone, anyways. And now I was thinking about making a project like that, like making a live streaming drone, literally, and then like actually have it be able to follow me around, especially since now it's really easy to use like my smartphone iPhone for a camera, an extra camera view for the stream. Was in Detroit 2 weeks ago. That's so recent. Was it for something special? We did just have like a tech week, Michigan Tech Week, but was that last week or the week before? I think it would have been a little probably a little bit after you were here. Man, oh man. Okay, I'm excited about those two then. So I have to put like notes. Where's my projects? Tech project ideas. I'm putting this one on to do. See. A working wand. And the next one would be the live streaming drone. I would be surprised if I didn't already put that on my list though. Stream recording, upload, layout. Huh. Oh, it was a road trip? Wow, you took a road trip from Detroit to Atlanta? Or that's a long trip. Live streaming drone. The furthest, well, I guess the furthest I've ever driven from here would be, I went to Virginia for a wedding one time and we drove. That was a long drive. Working wand and a live streaming drone. So the working wand would be like using motion data to train a model that can trigger interactions with smart devices. This sounds so fun. Okay. Okay, you're not gonna actually spell check it? Well, that's not helpful. Just tell me it's wrong. Okay. ATL to Ann Arbor to Detroit to Chicago to, oh, that's a real drive. Well, Chicago's not that bad, but ATL all the way up to Ann Arbor, then to Detroit, then to Chicago. Chicago, like the Chicago drive for us in Detroit, I think the Chicago drive is like so normal because it's just like a lot of us have done that drive, or do that drive often. The live streaming drone would be that's probably a computer like vision model to control the drone flight keeping yes. Okay, I think those are solid. Those are solid for sure. What else was on this list? AI Nerf turret, audio classifier, recycling bin, real life. What is this?
This is another project to improve your high score in certain games. The setup might look simple, but can get the job done for you. At the top, it has a camera placed inside a frame that continuously looks at the screen, while the bottom section has an arm mechanism connected to the controller's joystick. Using machine learning, the bot's able to identify the object on the screen. The Arduino then moves the joystick over the object using a servo motor and plays the games easily.
That's crazy.
So, these were some of the best machines.
I completely love everything. I'm about to like start making some time for projects. All right. Back to work. Gabs or Gab. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Just chilling, trying to get some work done and also trying to discover my next master plan. I didn't see another board that said it was just like, I don't see a minimal motion board. The Sense Hat is probably, as far as the Raspberry Pi extensions, the Sense Hat's probably the only one that they really showed. Like, see how they only have the camera module? I would love if they just like only had accelerometer, gyroscope, that kind of stuff. See, because it's got a whole joystick on it. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it could be interesting because it has a joystick controller and you could use the LEDs to kind of give you some type of feedback on what happened. But I don't know how big it is. I wonder if Micro Center has one. You up, little boy? You up? Hey, baby. Hold on, I gotta go get baby boy in a second. Oh, they do have one. They have some anyway. I need a Micro Center trip like ASAP. But then that's how I ended up with like a stack of Raspberry Pis. If you don't live near a Micro Center, I am sorry. It's like that's literally my favorite store to go to. I really wanted a 3D printer. I mean, I've always wanted one, but I finally feel like I might really want, like, I want to make a little science lab, a little research lab. I need to start making my little list for that. Open another tab. Go to my notes. Oh wait, go here. I'm on this page. Okay, so I'm really looking at feature flags at this point. Like I said. Are you up, baby? Okay, before I jump back in, I'm going to get baby boy ready. Probably make him some milk or maybe like a little smoothie. And make sure his diaper is good. So the other thing I've been obsessed with lately is Cyberdex. I think that same this is the one I really want to make right here. I'm about to turn my life into a whole friggin' how do I plan to find time? I just do. I mean, I work from home. I'm always at home, so there's flexibility in that. My son is, you have a 2-year-old? My son is he turned 1 in June, so he's what, like 16 months now. So yeah, he's very, very, very active, extremely active. But I cannot complain. He's a smart little baby. But yeah, I have become obsessed with Cyberdex. Oh, ad break, my bad. Okay. I just saw a notice that said it was an ad break, so some people might not even heard what I was talking about. But yeah, my son is he was born in June, or his birthday was in June. He turned 1, so he's 16 months, and he's hilarious. He's very active, so he really doesn't like taking naps actually. So when he does take a nap, it's like that's a huge win, and he's been asleep for a while now because he probably slept at least 2 hours. That's a good nap for him. So yeah, I mean, he's always with me, so I have time for projects. I just work on stuff. It's a part of our life. Especially since he is very independent, so like sometimes he wants to be around me, but now that he learned how to walk like earlier this year, so he can get around on his own. He's very mobile, so as long as he has like free reign to roam about, he typically just lives his own life and does not really care for me super often. Like sometimes he decides he wants my attention. Most of the time he's just, living his best life, exploring and playing with his toys and tearing up his freaking books. So yeah, let me grab him. Let me grab him. And I am on Martin Fowler's blog right now, reading about feature flags. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Baby boy. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. How are you? How you feeling? You ready to get up? It's silly, but you ready to get up? You ready to get up? You ready to get up? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Hi, honey bun. Let's say hi. Oh, you see yourself? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Come on. Came with 11 pounds. Yeah, he's I don't know when he's gonna talk, but I'm not. We'll see. I think based on how we interact. How you trip over those shoes? But based on how we interact, he's not gonna do like small like one word at a time. He's just gonna start talking. That's how my nephew was. Like we never did baby talk or like individual like word type of things. We always just spoke to him normally, and we couldn't understand him for the longest time. And then one day he was just speaking full sentences. So he had already been talking. We just couldn't really understand him. And then one day it literally was just like all of a sudden it was clear enough that we knew exactly what he was saying. I can't remember how old he was at the time, but yeah, he didn't do like a saying mama, dada, and baba and stuff like that. He just one day he could just speak very fluently and very coherently at like toddler age. So I expect similar with baby boy based on how I interact with him and how I encourage others to interact with him as well. What's up? You got the ball? Well, hopefully he's just happy and healthy. I know there's a lot of challenges though. I just try not to focus too much on like how it's supposed to be, and sometimes I feel like the doctors are overwhelming with that as well. One of my I have like it's a fellow board member for a nonprofit that I work with, and she was saying like her kids didn't talk until much later. And it was interesting because she was talking about how a lot of people who some type of phenomenon where like technical, like very technical folks, like folks who are like engineers, like their kids have like this delayed like onset of speech. I don't know. There's all kind of theories around it. Sometimes people are like, that means your kid's slow, or sometimes people are like, that means your kid's super advanced, and who knows? You need your diaper changed? That's not even a toilet. You want to see how price? Where's your mom? Go ahead. All right. Baby boy got some milk. Okay. He gonna go explore. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do one more cycle, if that's productive. Excuse me. A strategy pattern. Wait, where's my Bible? Because this thing. What am I trying to do? Oh, okay. Sometimes my brain turns off, but it's all good. Um, so I have my handy dandy. Dun, 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 dun. I really like this book because not only does it actually explain things in like layman's terms, the whole series, that's kind of how the head first series is, but yeah, like whenever I see and they're like, oh, it's this pattern, I could just break the book out. Like they do have the what was it called, the Gang of Five, I think. You can like look at the official like design patterns, but this book basically has everything in it as well. And the strategy pattern is the first pattern that they talked about in this book. Beautiful. Okay. I just feel extremely equipped at this stage in my career, and that is such an awesome like feeling. Did he finish that milk? Did he finish that milk? What? That little piece of cookie was everywhere. It was in my no, part of it was in my seat yesterday. The other cookies he was eating. I think you got some cookies in here then. Let me see. Here, Grandma. Go take them. Go take them. Come on, go take them.
his nap, so he's not gonna sit still. Okay. So strategy pattern is another thing that I'll probably follow up on. Let me see. Where's my Notion? This is my notes based off CTO levels. So this is trunk based development. Don't I have? I didn't make one yet. So I'm making like a page for these different ones. So let me make another page. This one is called let's see. Well, I guess I had already kind of broke it down. It's called feature flags. Okay. Just feature flags. Feature flags. This I highly recommend if you want to learn about feature flags. The article that Martin Fowler wrote is really, really, really thorough. Easy to follow and just all around awesome. So I'm putting this on my list. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a concept that he might have introduced. Okay, I don't know if he was like officially the one to introduce it, but he definitely gave this very amazing summary breakdown and implementation considerations. So let's see. Feature flags. What's the how do I excuse me. I want to make it a see, I hate that. Hold on. L Okay, that's not how I want it. I need to create will it embed? It's not gonna embed. Boo. I need to get the extension for Notion because Chrome Web Store. I think if I use the extension, I can do like highlights, and then my highlights will go into whatever note I want it to go into. Notion Web Clipper is the one. What? Who, Jayna? Yeah, gone somewhere. I don't want that cat in here. She know as soon as she peek in and see me. Come on, baby. Baby boy. Baby. You got your cookie? Did I add to Chrome? Add. Bryce is gone, I think. That's where he went out there to say hi to him. Wait, open in Notion, Web Clipper, save to Notion. Why they got so many different options? Okay, so if I come here, feature toggles, I can save the page. I didn't save it? Okay, let's make sure that becomes a page. Okay. Oh, feature flags, that was it. I could save the page here. But does it work for highlighting? Where's the part where they talked about strategy? Strategy. Right, so if I do that, I don't think it does what I want, what I'm thinking. I gotta look it up because I know that there's a way to save highlights too. Opening the desktop app. That's not where it was supposed to be saving. Oh no, that's the page. Never mind. Yeah, it saves, but I want to figure out how to get this highlights in there. Oh boy, small one just woke up. Awesome. Hopefully y'all have a good walk then. I'm probably gonna I must go cook some dinner and stuff too in a minute. I usually am live. I'll be live like for the most. Well, my schedule's on Twitch, so if you're on Twitch, you can see the schedule actually. Co-working schedule. Although, oh dang, I'm not signed in this browser. One thing I was gonna say. Twitch. So next week, I think we might actually have an event next week. I co-work during the day. Wow, put all my business out there. I wasn't trying to do that. I wanted to see my schedule. Y'all don't need to see my whole dashboard, but channel, video producer, creator dashboard, channel. Here we go. I was about to say, dang, it's so far behind. Where is it? Here's a schedule. Because I'm very proud of myself since I just updated this. Literally, I think yesterday or the day before, I updated this for the stream. So yeah, so like if you look next week, you can see the normal schedule. But I am going to be adding a Saturday co-working as well. I do a live podcast around noon or 1-ish on Thursdays. It's a different theme each week of the month, but they're all software development themes. So 1 week we do crawl, walk, run, which is more like foundational. We do some tech topics, basically anything for software engineering and enhancing your career as a software engineer. Then 1 week of the month we do hacking with the homies, which is our developer conference, based out of our nonprofit here in Detroit called Detroit Black Tech. So we like to highlight black and brown developers, black and brown software engineers, and also just ways to enhance your career, things that you may not have heard about, things that don't typically get circulated in our community for whatever reason. So we do have our show. We have a TrainX show, TrainX.ai, which is our AI show. So we have TrainX once a month as well. And then most months I also have a Girl Develop It show. So Girl Develop It is a nonprofit that I work with, that I'm on the board for. But I also highlight things that are like about featuring women in tech. Here, come on. You already got a cookie. Look, there you go right there. Acting a fool on camera. Say hi.
Look, you see? Say hi. Yeah. Okay. You gotta finish the first cookie before you get another one. Okay. All right. Anywho. But yeah, so co-working stuff. My co-working is I'm getting ready to kind of start back into a computer science program. So all my co-working stuff is like either projects I'm working on or things I'm learning. And my area of focus is AI and ML. So whenever I'm learning, that's what I'm usually learning about. Whenever I'm working, I'm usually working on this startup project, or I work on AI ML projects to help kind of build out my experience. And then I also host workshops and things because I teach a lot of tech skills, software developer skills. So yeah, just a little bit about what we typically do over here. If you're new, feel free to follow or subscribe. The streams are going to be on Twitch. I always stream on Twitch, but I also stream on YouTube. And then all of the videos and like VODs and everything's on YouTube. So if you want to catch anything after the fact, you can always go to my YouTube channel. That's where like the podcasts are done live, but then if you want to watch them after the fact, you can go to YouTube and you can see those. And I'm just slowly building up YouTube right now, y'all. So more technical focused content. A lot of stuff now is more like longer talks, but I'm getting ready to work on uploading like shorter tutorial style videos. So yeah, I was gonna say what's on our schedule next week, because I think we might have, I just made a calendar. I think we might actually have a workshop next week, 2023. Okay, nothing. I don't have I think I have office hours. Yeah, I have office hours next week. So next week on Thursday we have our AI podcast on the around 1:00. Usually that one's around 1:00 because it's harder for my business partner and I to actually sync up for that. But we'll have our AI podcast on Thursday, and then we will have I'll have office hours in the evening on Thursday. So if you go through any of the materials that we did this month, any of the workshops, and you want to ask questions about anything Git related, this month we did GitHub, get your portfolio on GitHub. We did the Git and GitHub fundamentals on Thursday. So anything that you have questions about, you can definitely come to office hours on Thursday and ask questions that are Git, GitHub, open source software related, things like that, because that's our theme for this month. But yeah, I am going to go see what the heck baby boy is up to. So I would love to see who else is hanging today that we could. Blender. Let's go see what's going on in our category. It's still so surreal that we have a category on Twitch, because I've been streaming on Twitch long enough that there was no such thing as the software development category when I started. Fancy. C++. I'm dancing to Gracie's corner. I'm sitting here dancing and it's like not even to the beat. What are these glasses? Okay, we will go and check out Tolu FO. I have not seen their stream before. I hope that we are supporting goodness in our community. All right, so yeah, we'll go on Twitch. We'll go and raid Tolu FO. And I'll be back on Monday because we got to put in work. I got to get ready to transfer into my program. And I have to do a calculus class next week. I have to like speed run a calculus class. So no biggie. All right, y'all. I will see y'all on Monday. Feel free to reach out. Either youtube.com/@metadevgirl if you want to watch old things, or you can go to the website metadevgirl.com. And I hope everybody has a good weekend. I want to try to get some Spider-Man in. I got the new game, so I'll see y'all later.